Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the NDA Podcast live stream for artists by an artist. So this is me, Rob D, aka Sketchcraft. This is where I work on projects that I can't stream. Can't stream right now. I'm recording them, but I can't stream them. And so behind me is some Mario, but over here-ish, I'm gonna play video of some art I've done in the past. And tonight it's gonna be coloring a TMNT tribute piece that I did for Megavision Magazine issue 3. I actually have this printed up final as a giant 24 by 36 poster right behind my arcade 1-up. Like, it's the only bit of my art that I have on the wall, you know, because it has like all of my favorite turtle stuff in it. So hey, you know, if you can't buy something that has all your favorite turtle stuff in it, make it. So if you want to get one of these, by the way, prints are in my shop right now at shopsketchcraft.com. Let me go ahead and come over to the video, and I'm just gonna play. And this is gonna go on. Now this is about 4 years old. This is an older setup. My Photoshop, I use dark mode now. I use a whole different setup. It's funny, like I've been using the same Photoshop setup since 2004. I'd say 95, but Photoshop didn't quite look like this in 95. So I can definitely say by 2001. Yeah. And then when I started working on Crash, I changed my whole layout. So somewhere around here, about a year. Actually, it was after Crash. No, was it after Crash? It was after. Oh my goodness. I changed my layout like a year after this, 2021. My bad. That's what time will do. Time will mess with your noggin. So I've invited Uncle Jerk. Maybe he'll come on, maybe he won't. Other than that, the chat room is open. If you want to talk to me, send me your nerd news. We'll talk about nerd news. We'll talk about nerd news. Only nerd news. Otherwise, just say hi, chat. Tell me about your favorite turtle stuff. Whatever you want to talk about, I'm here. It is funny looking at this, though, because I don't draw with any of these tools anymore. This was like my inking brush at the time. I draw with like a round, and then I squished it to like an oval for my final inking back at the time. I wouldn't even make art. I mean, I can make art that's clean, but it wouldn't have these kind of line weights instead. Yeah, whatever. Although I do find, if we're doing all those little details on the boxes, this brush still does a pretty good job. And I did redraw over all those boxes. All those boxes you see back there, those posters, they're photoshopped in. The opacities turn out, and then I drew over them. All the logos, all the lines, even on that little teeny arcade cabinet you see back there. Everything. Because I wanted all the lines to feel consistent. You know, you gotta have your hand on it to make that happen. So, you know, the long shortcut, folks. I gotta get to work. Alrighty. Here we go. Pop over my Twitch channel. There's Sold Slash in the turtle blimp. I love Slash. I love that that palette they gave him in the cartoon with the purples and the teals and everything. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Excellent design. actually drawing Turtle's Easter egg, and spawn kills every spawn at the moment. So super fun. So I thought I'd dig this one up. Hey, what's up, Damien? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did this for Megavision's this retro magazine, gaming magazine. So I love it so much. I printed that one up. What version we're gonna? Now we're gonna spawn. We're gonna spawn all day, every day for the next week. So I gotta wrap this up right at the very end, my dude. I printed this up as a 24 by 36 poster for myself. So it's behind my arcade 1-up cabinet, you know, the Turtles one. Because I put like all my favorite stuff on there. I'm proportioning things out right now, so you're printing this? No, I did this for a magazine. We did it as there's a video game magazine. It's in my store if you want to get one. I got prints up, but you know, essentially though, I was doing it for myself, and then they bought the image. Yeah, I was doing this just for myself initially. I think I sunk about 100 hours into this drawing. Because I redrew all the posters, all those things, all those logos. I must have drawn the Turtles logo about 1,000,000 times. No, I did this back in 2020. Brush. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to get borders already out. 16. And he says, when did you first start drawing? When you start doing digital? I've been drawing since I was 2 or 3, technically. I know I took a paint roller to my uncle's car. He really hated that. He loved that car. I heard about it. He was a very sweet man when I was younger, then turned, I don't know, evil. But when I was younger, he was a really, really kind dude and wouldn't harm a fly. And he's like, it's the only time I ever want to take a handy. I was like, all right. I've been drawing my whole life. Digitally, I started in 2008. I was looking at it in 2004 when the Cintiq first came out. I've been using Photoshop, so I've been coloring digitally since 95. But, so I've been using Photoshop since 95. But, the Cintiqs in 2003, weren't ready yet. And then I moved to digital in 2008 because I had carpal tunnel. I was doing everything in really clean pencil line, and just destroyed my hand, man. Like really, my whole forearm, like every day was on fire. And I was like, I'm gonna need surgery. So working digitally, I was able to not apply pressure. You know, I had to like teach myself to not apply pressure. That was the big deal. When did you do the posters? Did you make them separate? So what I did, no, they're all on the piece. I only drew what was visible to save myself time because, you know, it takes long. So what I first did was I drew so I drew the outline, and then I photoshopped the poster in that was low res, turned the opacity down, and then I just drew over it using my oil brush. So the DPI here is 400. So whenever I get done, I would just unsharp mask 2 or 3 times to sharpen it up a little bit extra. But yeah. I've done a few tribute pieces like this. I did a Dragon Ball one. I did a few. I did a Star Wars one back in 2015. Yeah, just to get all the lines to feel right, though, you know, like, you just gotta work fast, and then you gotta figure out little tick marks. You need to be comfortable drawing the Turtles logo 100 times. Yeah, I streamed it all live too, so it was like the live videos are all on the YouTube for certain. Somewhere in the live section. Yeah. So I use a similar process. Now on Spawn, it's a little bit different actually. So initially on Chibi's room, I did this where I just kind of Photoshop stuff in, then drew over it. Even my own fan art, I kind of added an extra little bit of stuff just to make it fit. But I ran into a problem, is the camera angle changes. The camera angle changes. So you need the posters from another angle. And so the first issue, I drew them again and again and again. That wasn't good. The second issue or so, then I started drawing them separately. If I at a slightly not 8.5 by 11, it took forever, but at a slightly larger size, so I could Photoshop them in the lines and stuff the way I needed to. And then if I needed to add a couple scribbles on top to fit it into the piece, I did. Yeah. Now there's some Easter egg stuff, like in issue 4 and 5, where I recreated covers, and I just drew those at 8.5 by 11, and then photoshopped them in. You'll see. You'll see when it hits. I'm intentionally using the softer brush on the background, so it's, softer. I definitely streamed the drawing part, so I'll have to get some of that at some point. didn't have very good painting brushes at the time. So. I was like trying to use one or two different brushes to kind of get what I want. Now I get this all done way faster. All right, that's good. I know with that background, I was trying to give it the same kind of feel that the lobby cards had in the cartoon. There's these lobby cards that play in the cartoon before each episode. So like I was trying to give it the kind of softer, kind of acrylic painting feel. I don't know what that is. Am I doing my email? I'm doing my email. That's clever. I know what that was. I was getting hit up by someone at the time. Zoom that forward. Just trying to get started drawing on this piece. And just getting everything lined up. Hey. Gonna finish up. Yeah, I finished that. I finished that at the end of the stream, but then I ran into a problem. Like I sent it off, and then I just realized that the last two pages weren't. I do an up-res trick, and I up-resed it wrong, and it looked pixelated. I didn't realize it. So to go back and redo the last two pages, so I was up till like 2 more hours after the stream. Fix it at, you know. So, I mean, I finished it, but yeah, no. Hey, look, I'm glad I caught it and it didn't, you know, get colored. That is what happens when you start moving a little too fast, you know. So, Luckily, I'm always double checking as I go. Like I'm gonna miss stuff, but maybe I won't miss it the third time out. You know. And then on this next page, it's not hard, but there's just a couple of spots for Easter eggs, and I need to leave balloon word space, and it's hard. Like I got a 9-panel grid, and it's hard to leave balloon space on a 9-panel grid. Generally, when they do a 9-panel grid, they're usually like just talking heads or a character standing or not moving much. But it's like I'm also trying to work in Easter eggs, so it's like I'm just like fine-tuning the sizing. I had to like go and check issue 1. We did a 9-panel page, so I had to go and like check how he lettered that, because we do plot scripts. We don't do full script. We do like Marvel style. That's how Todd likes it. So, which I'm fine with, but you have to sort of guess what we're. Just leave space open for text. I'm like, I've done that, and they've put nothing on those pages. So like, sometimes it's a little difficult to just be like, oh, I left spot for, and then they don't do anything. You're like, you're kind of guessing, And to go and like figure out the lining for that, like how to line it all up. But the drawings aren't hard. It's just sometimes you gather a reference up and then come up with a clever idea. FHA Gamers says, when do I usually stream? Randomly. When I'm working, when I'm not working on big projects, I'll come up with this, during 2 hours during the day, and 2 hours at night, but with my work schedule, it's random. So right now, FH, I'm streaming a lot because I'm under crunch time. So chatting with all you all will probably keep me a little bit more lively than sitting here by myself. So. But I'll be streaming every night this week. right this week. So, hello, what's up? Indonesia, awesome. How you doing? Oh, no. So do you draw until thousands of layers? I don't really think about layers when I work. A lot of times I use layers instead of undos. If I want to do something new, I just do it on another layer. You know, you can just control shift click and jump to any layer you need. So I don't really worry about it. I just keep things organized. On a piece like this, there's so much stuff. I'm just moving forward, you know, as fast as I can. So yeah, I don't really worry about layers. At the end, it's all going to get flattened into one layer anyway. So I've been using Photoshop since '95. I remember when you could only have one layer. You had to do everything in the channels when I started using Photoshop. So watching, like, over the last 20 years, watching artists go like, man, I gotta do everything on one layer, keep it simple. I'm like, whatever, dog, you do you know? Like, they're there for a reason. Use them. You know, you want to do everything on one layer, paint on canvas. I don't know how you do this piece on canvas with all those posters and reference, and it's impossible, you know? So Like, I thought it'd be fun to put some purple glowy ooze back there. I didn't really think about that when I first did it. So, layer. So there's no too many layers. Like, I need multiple layers or whatever you need, you know. They're there for a reason. The end product is, you know, whatever's easier for you. If you're making it, you'll do less as you work along, you know. But you know, I don't really know like how many layers my files are. I know at the end I clean everything up and keep them organized, you know. But yeah, just do whatever you need. Don't even worry about it. I've seen people get into like, I've seen artists get competitive and go, I don't even save, you know? I'm like, well, what are you guys doing? You know? They don't even save? Come on, guys, you know? I know this when I've worked in actual art departments, right? I'm going to work every day, art department, 13 artists, you know? If you didn't keep your art layered, you got fired. Put it that way. They want to be able to move things around. They want things editable. They don't want to go, it's a big solid piece of art. You know? That's not acceptable. Merge it down as you work, you know, if you need to, if it's like line art. But even then, like, my line art's done way differently now, so. Like, I don't really work this way anymore. Like, it is funny. In some ways I've gotten simpler, in other ways more detailed. Everything shifts as you move along the path, right? You start creating things, you just find projects that work best one way and work best another. I tend to do like all my lines now. I tend to cut when I color. I do a lot of coloring over the lines. But yeah, you know, you want to blob in an eye, turn the opacity down, do another layer, draw on a rough one, turn that one down. You know, draw on another one. That's what they're there for. The layers are there for, right? I'll never understand. Not you, but you know, artists, like they do this. You know, like. First, you know, I always feel like when they go down that path, they're trying to take something away from you, you know? Like, first it's how many layers, or then it's how long. Well, first it's always how long did it take you? You know, this piece took 100 hours. You know, I timed it. That's how long it took me to do all this, 100 hours, you know? You can buy one at shopsketchcraft.com. But plug. But yeah, so I just then they go, you know, what program did you use? And it's always something. I mean, sometimes it's genuine curiosity, but you know, a lot of times they're just trying to find like, oh, okay, all right, you know, you had layers and you saved your file, so all right, this guy, he's no super genius. I'm like, well, you got me there. I never claimed to be that. Never claimed to be that. You should see the city shot I was streaming last night. How many layers that is. There's no way you could do this piece with one layer. All that stuff. Look at all that stuff. Because I'm trying to give it that weathered look from the Turtles cartoon lobby card. That took a while. I've never painted anything like that. So. That was really clever, Photoshop. Really clever. And here I'm doing lighting, but I'm trying to make sure that the posters are still visible. You don't want to draw stuff and not be visible, right? So it's like, you know, like lighting all that stuff in. still tweaking that weathered bricks. That's a little trick you guys could do. You know, you can use a really 100% hard edge, 100% opacity ink brush, and then, you know, use your softer brushes for the backgrounds, and it'll pop your line art forward, you know, even with all the details. There's a ton of detail with bricks, but if those bricks were ink, I would have to do a lot of color folds and lighting to pull it back. So you can use a painted BG, you know? Not in a comic, but like in a pinup. In a comic, just draw the shit. You're gonna be here all day, all year. Yeah, a lot of efficiency stuff when they were like the layer thing and undo, those all came from 20 years ago plus, when memory was so expensive. And so there was all sorts of tricks we used to do to save on memory. Like we used to paint everything in one, we used to color everything at 150 dpi and then up-res the colors. As long as you never went over the lines, you can drop the high-res lines over that, and the colors, even though they were a little softer, they would print just fine. You just unsharp mask them and you're done. Things like that. But that's all unnecessary now. I mean, now plenty of RAM. Unless you're on an iPad, you know, and then you're like, oh, I'm on an iPad or a laptop and I can't handle this, then, well, that's on you. I don't know what to do with that. Alright, I think that's set up. Now we clean up things. Yeah, see, now I'm working on the overall lighting. Soft shadow in the front, spotlight in the back. And then we'll probably do cast shadows next. And get up contrast. Some purple into the black. I'm trying to maybe not make that so black. And we'll turn that. Obviously, that opacity will come down. Let's see. I mean, when you're doing things you've never done before, you just gotta give yourself, gotta cut yourself a break. You know? It's gonna take a little bit. And he says, did I sign any Spawn codes? Yeah, I did. Did a signing at Comic-Con, and I did a signing at a comic shop in Lake Havasu where my brother lives. And then locally, I've done a signing here. But other than that, I don't really go to conventions. So I've done some remarks, you know. I have about 10 issues of issue 1 lying around still. So I'm going to get those remarked. I'll get those in the store whenever I'm done. And then I'll sign and have signed copies of mine up with remarks. Like everything I have, I'll put a remark on and put up in the store, you know. So when I'm done, for certain. It was nice. They gave me 10 issues on issue 4, which is like 5 more than I normally get, so that was super cool. How much do they cost? Remarks? I do 80 for remarks, you know. Pretty reasonable. Shipping included within the United States. Shipping outside the United States, I think it adds a set amount. It's unfair, but I think it cost me like $20-something to ship stuff now overseas. It's really ridiculous. Really ridiculous, you know. So, but I mean, at stores when I do a signing, it's just $10 for the first signature. And then, I mean, first signature is free, $10 for anything else. They're dope. I mean, I do the remarks I do chibi, you know. I do also, like, I don't know, I hook it up. I do extra stuff on the cover. I always throw extra details and stuff. So if you dig around on my Instagram or Facebook page, you'll see the remarks. Oh no. I'm gonna have to edit that out. There's Tana. I was showing off Tana at the time. I should definitely. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's worth it, you know. They come out nice. I spent a lot of time working with those stupid Poscas. So, yeah. Looking forward to doing some good in a couple months. Yeah, I know. I wish I had the ability to do like conventions and stuff. You know? I do not. Hey, what's up, Don? What's up, dude? What's up, dude? Oh, thanks. Yeah, this was a fun piece. Sometimes the shapes do not want to play nice. Oh yeah, it's got that solid guy, right? I worked on this game called Berserk Boy, and T-Lopes did the music, dude. T-Lopes is dope. T-Lopes is dope. Berserk Boy available on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation, on all stores, all eShops right now. Yeah, Damien, if you DM me, I can give you an address if you want to ship a comic to. You just send me return postage. You know? I'll sign one for you, dude. You know, don't worry about it. You know, I'm not doing it for everybody. But, you know. I guarantee you I'm not going to cons. completely. I'm gonna go take a quick. I gotta go stretch my feet for about 5 minutes. Hey, what's up, Lee? Hey, what's up, Thrum? Sorry, Buggy, but could you mention again what was the name of the equipment you said? I use a Cintiq. I use a PC. Cintiq is just a 22-inch screen tablet. No, it's okay. It's Cintiq. Cintiq. Just a big screen. Can't draw on tiny little tablets. They hurt my knuckles. Hurt my knuckles, Leave. I got an iPad and hurts my hand after about 15-20 minutes. So I don't draw with it. Waste of money. Yeah, I mean, plus I do all my work's old school. I like files and hard drives and the whole bit, you know what I mean? Says, got your first 3 issues of Spot. Hey, man, buddy, thank you. I appreciate it, dude. I'm on the last 3 pages of issue 5 right now. So I should be done with page 18 tomorrow. And then I got a color guide to do, and then the last 2 pages are going to take me this week, and then we're done. So, done drawing. Colors got to get finished, and then I do edits on colors. So. But that will all happen pretty fast. My colors, he's super fast, dude. So I give him the color guides, he gets stuff done super fast. And I got issue 4 right now, dude. They sent me my comps. Let's see if the camera will pick it up. Yeah. It's issue 4. Let's see, it doesn't want to pick it up. Never wants to show. It's in there. You can kind of see it. Looks great, dude. Some of the best printing yet, actually. Pretty solid. Colors came out great. Everything's sharp. I can't see any goofs. I think there's one sound effects goof, but no one's gonna notice. But yeah, it came out great, man. What program I draw on? I use Photoshop. I have an old version. I use an old version, no cloud. I bought it years ago, and I just keep it from contacting the internet so fucking Adobe doesn't go, you can't use software, you know. This is Photoshop that you're seeing now. Yeah, this is Photoshop, dude. Oh, thanks, Ron, dude. I appreciate it. Lord knows I put in as much effort as one can. You know, tried to make this more than it probably should have been. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is Photoshop, I believe. I've been using Photoshop since 1995. So, you know, I've tried all the other stuff, and at the end of the day, I just do what I know. You know, I found no limits to Photoshop if you know what you're doing. But if you're new to stuff, just stick with Procreate, I guess. You know, if you got an iPad. I've tried Clip Studio. I don't like it. My shortcut keys and everything's built into my hand. You know? Built into my hand. So it's like I got my little keyboard attached to the top of the Cintiq right here. It's on top of my Cintiq. So I'm just like, you know, it's like playing keyboard, piano, whatever. Oh yeah, this is. I use the darker mode now. I don't know why. See, this is the mode of Photoshop I used since '95, real bright. And then a couple years ago, I'm like, what am I doing? I turned it dark. It's weird. So all this work must be fun and enjoyable. Does it get tedious? Work is work, you know? It's exciting when it comes together, but it's never easy, you know? I don't think the work is work. Even if it's drawing, it's still work. It's always some level of like, oh man, you know? Man, with something like this, I know what I'm signing myself up for. This was not the first time I did a tribute piece like this, you know? So I know exactly how much effort this is going to take, you know? This is the last one I've done too, by the way. There's a reason why I don't do these often. It's like I said, this took 100 hours. You know? That's just the drawing time. That doesn't include reference gathering, you know? But someone's like, what you're doing now? What am I doing now? Is it fun? It's rewarding. You know? You know, I like the challenge. It's challenging. I find the challenge fun, you know? But, I mean, it's not a hop, skip, and jump to work every day, you know? It's like, especially when you're working on something people know and there's a fan base, because you're just like, man, I just don't want to screw this up, you know? Especially when I'm doing, it's like, I'm working on this goofy version of Spawn. It's like, that could anger people. I'm aware. Thrawn knows. I did this Star Wars podcast for a few years. Used to come on. You know, I'm aware what it's like to work on a property, and then you're just like, man, I don't want to goof it up. You know, so it's like sometimes the tediousness just comes from trying to find ways to, like, you know, not offend, or, you know, find ways to, like, impress people. Like, oh, you know, I wouldn't buy this sort of thing, but I would buy that. You know, can you win them over? You know, someone goes, I don't buy turtle stuff, I don't buy nerd stuff, but this particular thing has all this stuff, you know. I remember that issue Nintendo Power. No one ever did a tribute just to the Turtles gaming stuff before this. I'd never seen one, you know. And if they do, it's always a wall of characters. It's never the boxes, and, you know. Tron said it's a very fine edge. Yeah, it's a very fine edge. You know, So it was like, you know, and I have to, you know, I have people I answer to. I don't, when people cut checks, you know, they get a say too. And it's like, you got to find a way to make sure everyone's happy, you know, everyone's happy. And, you know, then you take a risk, man. You take a giant risk, you know. So it's not my first rodeo though, you know. But it is my first like profile project where I'm the lead, you know. It's like, if this thing sucks, I'm gonna get the blame. You know, I mean, not to the, there's these certain comic dudes that only, you know, they only think of the writers, you know. So if the book sucks, it's because they didn't like the writing. If the book was great, it's because they like the writing. They don't really care about the art. But on my book, it's like, you know, you're gonna notice the art one way or the other, in my opinion. Mostly not boring or stressful. I don't know, Leaf. I think, Leaf, do you have anxiety? You got anxiety, right? I don't live in that space. So when I was younger, I used to rage all the time when things weren't going right. I was very dramatic, put it that way. Outside, I was normal. I was really, you wouldn't even know it. But I would come home to my studio and, you know, I'd be very highs and lows. And something happened for me. My dad and my mom died within a year of one another, very young, from just stress and living poorly. And something changed in me. Even though I didn't get along with my mom at all, love my dad. Something changed up here. And I just, it doesn't get, you know, whatever that was, it's gone. There are times I'm frustrated. And when that happens, I'll stop and go do exercise or clean or play with the dog, you know? But, you know, I'm always thinking about what the next thing I have to do is, you know? What's the next thing? I gotta get this panel, I gotta get this. And then I know 2 pages from now, I got a big scene coming up. I don't know how to make that special. That kind of thing. So my mind is really just filled up with the process. And to be honest, anything you draw, ultimately, you should be enjoying the process. Now, 100 hours in, it can get fatiguing. I'm not going to sit here and say, at this point, I was looking for, I'm going to render all these characters. At this point, it's like, man, why don't I do something like Sean Galloway where I just do flat colors, you know? Sean's so smart, you know? You know? And I'm certain that if I just, it's too dark right now, the shade's on, but I'm certain that if I just did something very simple, it would have been fine, but, you know, I didn't want to do it. I wanted them to feel like round plushies and stuff. So, and there's the lines. And all that had to get drawn. I drew all that. I drew over every cover, every box art. So you just gotta, if you're not up for that, don't do it. You know, do what you're up for. So I always wanted to draw a Spawn book, and I got this cartoony one, you know, and it's like, I'm gonna make that the best cartoony Spawn book you can do, and they've already done like 2 of them. But I wanted to make it my own too, and it's just like, sometimes I have pages that I just know are going to take an insane amount of time, you know, but I don't really get stressed out, and not like that anymore. At my age or and above, it can cause heart attacks, you know. So I don't know how to help people with that. I just know, like, for me, once my dad and my mom and dad died. This is the craziest part. It was 10 years ago. They died 1 year apart, the exact, like on Christmas. So we had the funeral at the same place 1 year later with the same people. It was the weirdest thing. Everyone was like, didn't we just do this, you know? And so it was like, I watched my dad stress about everything. You know, it can get frustrating when you really want something to be special and it may not be coming out special, you know? Like that. That's the bigger frustration, you know? I don't know. I mean, sometimes on the project I'm on now, I'm like, man, maybe I should have done it a different way. You know, maybe I should have done this. Maybe I should have done that. Maybe I could have made it, you know. But there's nothing you can do. You know, you, as an artist, you're really being paid to make decisions. You're being paid to make decisions, and you have to, like, at some point commit to those decisions and stand by your work, you know? Like, I chose these decisions and I hope they were the right ones, and if they weren't, you can learn from them, you know, or be combative, or both, you know? Like, I work way more efficient than this now. And in just 4 years, I've probably leveled up more in the last 4 years than I have in the 8 years before that. You know, so that comes from challenging myself, constantly taking on things that I'm probably not that good at. And then, you know, you just gotta, like, show up. I've never drawn 100. I've got 5 issues. This Spawn comic was supposed to be 3 issues. They bumped it up to 5. You know, I've never drawn 100 pages of comic book before, let alone never inked the thing complete, you know? And then, you know, I took over color guides and stuff too, and, like, you know, you just start moving along that path, you know, where you find out what a project is. You find out what a project's trying to be. It's like, it's calling you, it's saying it needs to be this. And then, you know, you can accept the call. You can accept the call or not. And I just don't have it into me to go, oh man, I wish I'd done it this way. I have no regrets. Can't get stressed when you have no regrets, you know? Like, this might be going slow, but this came out exactly the way I hoped it did at the time, you know? I mean, it's a Baxter Stockman plushie back. Look at that. Wouldn't you want one of those? I would. I spent my time drawing things I want. I want that. You know? I want a plushy, inflatable Turtles blimp with Slash on it with pizza flags. You know, they're never going to make that, so I get a chance to draw the stuff, the toys I would like to own. It's basically it, you know? Hey, what's up, Bluebee? Sketch pose, hell. But I mean, probably the biggest amount of stress I have every year is my physical, because I want to make sure I'm healthy. And I do my best, you know, I'm not a health nut, but I take care of myself pretty well, but you know, I worry about that. And Thanksgiving dinner. I make all the Thanksgiving dinner. And I have a spreadsheet with times, you know? I know exactly when I start and I know exactly when I finish. But it's the meal my wife looks forward to the most every year. Her birthday's around Thanksgiving, so I stress over making that just right, you know? Have I ever had one of those days? Oh, sure. This panel I'm working on now is taking me twice as long as I thought it would. So I could. I spent years mostly just using the lasso tool so I could get really good at it, you know? Now I can just free paint this, but I did spend a good number of years doing everything with lasso tool just because I wanted it to look 90s, as 90s as possible, so go lasso tool. I know I'm stressed out about the damn election. I'm not gonna dwell on this, but you know, I'm gonna probably drown myself in video games at night because I just don't want to deal, you know. But like, I'm definitely under the gun right now to finish, and I guarantee you, if this were 2008, I'd probably be way more stressed out. But like I told you, once they passed away, I don't know, something just, I guess I saw the end result of all that, you know? Like, plenty of time to not be stressed when I'm gone. So let's not rush that. Let's not put myself in the ground quicker, you know? You know, if I get a chance to do another one of these books, I'm definitely going to ask for participation in story, you know, because there's things I'd like to draw that I didn't get to do this time. So Leaf, why did you not get to participate in the story this time? Are you warming all day on this, or I'm working all day? Right now I'm working all day. Because artists generally don't. They just draw what's handed to them. But I think they found out, like I pitched them stuff, but generally they're not looking for an artist to pitch them stuff. They're looking for an artist to draw things. But I think it became clear I'm not like a work for hire. I'm a participant. I'm a partner when I do things. I'm very creative, very, very creative. So I'm not just interested in drawing things well. I'm interested in the world building. I'm interested in the lamppost design. I'm interested in the flow of the characters stuff. I'm interested in emotional, like storytelling. I'm interested in all of that, so it's like, there are plenty of times in the book where I took something that was very minimal and made a bigger thing out of it. And sometimes I changed stuff too, I was like, and they seem to appreciate it, but plus, if they want to do more, that means it was success. If it was successful, then, always push for something, more pay is always great, but if not, I'd like more participation, Some people just don't want to deal with it. They just want to draw what they're handed. And I'm fine with that. Like, if that's what you want to do. But for me, like, one of the reasons why I took over color guides is I plan all my story thumbnails and everything around time of day and weather. And none of that stuff was in the book. So it's like, it's the stuff like that. Like, okay, this goes from here, this goes from there. And now it's going to be sunset, and then by page 10 it'll be nightfall, and then the rain will start, and the rain will go all the way to this part, and then when the rain hits, then we got sunrise again, and that means I'm going to do this palette, and that's going to be this, and emotionally I'm tracking, like I track all that stuff, that's what I enjoy doing. It takes more out of me, but I like that. I don't like being the guy who's like, just draw it and have it to us by tomorrow. That's not what I'm good at doing. I'm not good at being the fast guy. Because drawing's hard for me. You may not believe it, but drawing is hard for me. This is what I wanted to do on Crash. I wanted to do more, and they kept putting me on like skins and stuff, someone's got to do it, I'm like, all right, I'm a team player, but I'm like, when it came time to do like story ideation on Crash 5, believe me, I put so many ideas in front of them. I drew a bunch of stuff. If you're a creative, you better always have you better have at least 3 things sitting in your back pocket to pitch someone that they want to hear. You got any ideas? Yep, here they are. You better have 3 ready to go. Where's the mower? Hey, what's up, Mondo? As soon as I get paid for my current gig, though, I got like 7 TMNT NECA figures to pick up too. There's like a bunch on my back order. I get all the Mirage stuff. I got quite a few came out recently. I got to pick up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Mondo. So if you're new here, what I'm doing is right now I'm working on a new comic called Spawn Kills Every Spawn, and then behind me I'm playing artwork that I did in the past, because I can't share. That's why it's called the NDA Podcast. So this is a Turtles tribute piece I did back in 2020. So if you like it, prints are up on my shop now. If not, just thank you so much. You know. So this is how I can hang out with you all while I'm still working on stuff I can't share. That was it coincidental. That wasn't a plug. It just switched to the new file. Move that forward. Move that forward. Move that forward. There we go. So, but yeah, I just did this Turtles piece, and then I was working on a retro gaming magazine at the time called Mega Visions. So the 3rd issue, we decided Shredder's Revenge came out, and I was like, why don't we just put this in the book, you know? So we put this in the book and did prints with the issue. Super fun, you know? I have one of those arcade 1-ups, you know, so I printed it up as a poster for myself, and I got it on the wall. The funnest was drawing the Hostess cake box. There's a TMNT Hostess cake box on there. And I was like, oh, those Hostess cakes were so horrible. With the green filling, man. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. You wanted to like it, right? You're like, because it's turtles. But you know, man, it was like sludge, man. It was, oof. It was kind of vanilla-y, but it didn't look right. Pretty sure your mom never. Now my mom, I begged, and they're like, you can have whatever you know. My parents were not very good with health. You dodged a bullet, I can assure you. Now says the green Coolie Cody on the pies was crashed. I forgot the pies were green, right? Not just, yeah. Oh. You know what I found out with those pies? Hold on, Mondo says I convinced him to let me eat either TMNT cereal or Super Mario, so that stuff. See, I like the TMNT cereal. That was one I did like. It was like Chex, but with marshmallows, which I liked. I like Lucky Charms, but I didn't like the pastry part of the I like the marshmallows, but I like Chex. So the Turtles one I like. Mario one, I don't remember the Mario one. I remember Donkey Kong. Anyways, I was getting about those pies. Any of those frosted pies with the shitty filling, the way I found to get through those was if you froze them. If you froze them, they tasted better. Batman was garbage. That was Ralston. Oof. General Mills made the Turtles cereal, so it was actually pretty good. But Ralston was horrible. They made the droid, the 3POs, they made all that garbage. Garbage cereals. I wasn't a fan of Captain Crunch, and Batman was like a shittier version of Captain Crunch. That was possible. I like Christmas Crunch. I was a Christmas Crunch. It's like the same stupid shit, but for some reason it tasted better to me because it had green and red crunch berries, you know? It's kid logic, but, you know, it checks out. I was like, when I drew the frosting package, I was like, this has to be the pies. This has to be, I gotta be the first person on the planet who's drawn these since they came out, right? I don't think anyone's been drawing this stuff ever in 30 years. And I answer was like corn pops. Yeah, but it was just the quality of the corn was so bad. You know, like it just didn't taste right. It was not, it's not like, you know, Thrawn, see, I spent my summers in Tijuana. So, you know, you get those Mexican cereals that are made with really harsh corn products. And so they're really crunchy. It wasn't like that. It was like the opposite of that. Like it was almost too soft. It's to get like the Mexican like version of, you know, a cereal that was just like eating. It was tough. You had to really put milk in that. See, I got much better brushes for this now. I'd be done with this airbrushing in like 3 seconds. But such is life. Mexican honey smacks can be. I'm telling you, dude. I just remember because, you know, my mom would go down there and get those cereals too because it was just cheaper. And I was just like, look, Mom, I don't want to, you know, cereal. I get it, but I'm gonna, you know, I had to like let it soak, you know. And I love all the food in Mexico, but the cereals were tough. Like maybe we make oatmeal, Ma? How about oatmeal? We make oatmeal? Can you just get, you know what I found out? I found out that I really like shredded wheat, right? So it was like, shredded wheat was super cheap. So I was like, just get the shredded wheat and I could put raisins in it. And that got me like through all the cereals after that, you know? You love kicks, but it's like eating broken glass, yeah. And I know shredded wheat's tough, but you let it soak, it doesn't take long, it gets soft, you know? And with raisins, it's perfect. So. But the turtles hostess pie, oh man, those are so bad. So bad. Didn't they have colored kicks? No, I never had colored kicks. They had cinnamon life. I liked cinnamon life. That panel's done. Stroke inside 6. One says, have been asked, or are you going to do any signings or cons? No. I don't do conventions. I don't get invited, so I can't really afford to do any convention. Someone paid my way, I probably would, but I'm not spending money going to cons. It's too expensive. Tommy Farley, fly this man. I'm the least important person at that company. I assure you. I don't do a monthly book. You know, I take forever. And I make the dumbest spawn ever made. So I'm not high on that list. Mike Colors is more important. He's taken off at that company since he took over the book, man. He colored Gunslinger and the Scorch, and now he's coloring the main book. So they're gonna fly my colors out before they ever. Told you, I'm the least important person there. I always liked that mecha turtle. What was his name? Shellhead? Was it Shellhead? Something like that, right? I didn't like the cartoon, but I like the designs, you know? So I like the games, because the games had the same designs. I thought the cartoon designs worked really good for video games. I didn't like the cartoon itself, except the opening. I like the opening. Props to Peter Chung for storyboarding the whole opening. You have children? No, I don't have kids. People are like, you can't afford kids anymore. I'm like, I couldn't afford kids in 20 years ago, so this wasn't in the cards. Not and doing art, so something had to go. You can go, but Rob, it's not as fulfilling. I go, yeah, well, I kind of grew up raising kids, so I kind of had my fill of it. Spent a good 15 years of my childhood raising other people's kids, so it wasn't really my thing. Do I have siblings? I have 2 stepbrothers, a half brother. I don't really talk to any of them anymore. They went on their own ways. And then I got a half brother that it's a long story, but I found him in 2017. I always knew I had an extra half brother. I just didn't know where he was, and I found him. So he and I are close. And he's the one who lives out in Havasu. He's part of a band called the UAPs and the 64s. He's pretty little accomplished independent musician. Does guitar and stuff, and he's played with Trapped and a bunch of other bands and stuff too, you know. So, but yeah, he does his own band, and they're pretty dope. We get along great. Turns out he likes all this stuff. For 2 brothers that never met, we like all the same shit. Man, I can't help you, Leaf. I feel for you, though. You know, I feel for you. I told you, it changed my life. You know. But I definitely would say reach out to a depression hotline or something. Best I can offer you. If a stepsister do you want. Yeah. Being an artist is a lonely job. Thanks for saying that changed your life. Oh yeah, just when my parents passed, you know, like changed everything. Changed my whole outlook on everything. You know? Changed my whole outlook on everything. I deeply empathize, but I want to make sure, you know, I can't help with health stuff. I can barely help with the art, you know. It's so funny. I had a friend who was like trying to get me to help him with something. I'm like, this can only go so far. Like, you know, how do I get better at this? I'm like, at some point, you either do or don't. We're talking art here, right? He's like, I don't know how to make that go faster for you, bud. Change my outlook for the better. For the better. It you know, for me, it was like just made making decisions very simple. Do I want to spend my time on this earth doing this, or don't I? Nope, then I don't. It's that simple. I don't feel an obligation to do anything. Oh no, it's okay. It's all right. You know, it's all good. Just want to make sure, you know, it doesn't turn into like 4 hours of therapy, because I can't handle that. I'm gonna be honest, I'm literally drawing stick spawn. You know, like it's you're like, I got a funny stick spawn in this book, man. One of the ideas I pitched was that maybe Chibi would draw his own comics, and so I gave him his own character called Stick Spawn. and his version of Violator is called Vio Noodle. And I drew a stick spawn in a Vio Noodle. They didn't do anything with it. So there's a scene where I'm having him read the comic because I'm like, why? I just want to get that in the book, you know? I drew a stick spawn in the background in the first issue, but it's not really apparent. So I wanted to make something a little bit more front and center. All right. Stick spawn. You better, yeah, better help. Yeah. I'm very fortunate that I just know what I want to make, you know, and that grounds me. I know what I want to make, you know. That's a lot of what I do gets centered around, my time gets centered around what I want to make. So all right. Stick spawn. 11:30. We're doing well. We're doing well. Alright, let's lock that. Gotta lock stuff. Sketch. Anytime I do one of these Easter eggs, it's like, I'm just like, I hope I don't blow 3 hours on this, you know? You know, this is like a 30-40 minute venture, not a 3 hour venture. That's where I lose track of time. You're like, uh-oh, spent way too long on it. I need a spawn logo. Do I have a spawn logo? I should have a spawn logo. I did boards and I put that freaking logo on there. I know I did. Where Dev folder. It's not the dev folder. All right, I'm gonna have to go get one off the internet if I can't. Wait, is this it? I think this is it. I think this is it. I just need it so I can trace the logo. Okay. Am I switching? You have a really good brush now that just does soft edges. It has like a nice chalk edge to it. So, which I kind of developed doing those Power Ranger pieces. So like what I'm doing with her now, where I'm like, airbrushing. I have much better airbrushes for this. And I can do this all way faster now. Like I'm just looking at like, see, there's just some stuff you can't just, you have to like go through the hard way to get to the easy way, you know? There's like no way around it. I mean, if I get to do 5 more issues, it won't be as hard as this. I should really be careful when I say that though, right? Like, yeah, I should be careful. Sometimes I feel like I'm Lieutenant Dan daring the universe, you know? That's not a good place to be in. Universe will always be like, oh, you wanna F around, huh? Gotcha. Let's type it. You never want to be like, I'm running late on a book because I was drawing this logo. Bud, why are you drawing logos? I'm not paying you to draw logos. You draw the capes, you draw the chains. Don't draw, just stay away from the logos. No one's paying for that. The first blood, that's the first I've ever heard of an artist who's running behind the logo. Well, you got me, Todd. Old Rob overcomplicating things again. It's okay. It really sounds nothing like him, but you know, I get it, you know. It is fun. He's like a Muppet. The Muppet Todd voice. It's the best. It's funny. Anyone at that studio, when they talk, when they tell you something Todd said, they always do the voice. Everyone. It's hilarious. Oh. And you do every brick, and you do the stones, and you do everything, and you don't get paid for it. Oh, I'm making out pretty good, but you're doing me a solid. Yeah, I know. I'm not. You're getting a lot for free, I guess. He's a little Kermit. He's a little Kermit. Yeah, Canadian Kermit. It's awesome. Okay. That's where I drew Todd Father pizza boxes all over the book, man. You know? I was like, now I want it. Someone did Todd Father pizza box fan art, and I was so impressed. I was like, that's so great. I only put like 800 boxes in the book. Like, hint, hint, folks. Hint, hint. Why'd you call the bat buddy? You making fun of old Todd Meister. You making fun of me? Like, no, Todd, he's his buddy. He's his buddy. Oh, because he's the best bud. He's the best bud, isn't he? Yeah, he's the best buddy, Todd. Ah, the best buddy. Yes. Sometimes that's how I keep myself, you know, when you're tired, you know. You know, you're like, this could probably get me fired, you know. Oh, you're so funny. How would you like to draw Spawn comics for free on your own, bud? We can make it happen. We can make it happen. We'll announce it at con. You draw all the books for free on your own time now. Yeah, that's an impressive amount of color texture. Yeah, I think it's just. I look at it, I'm like, I drew everything, right? Like, it's all done now. Is Marvin the Martian? Yeah. Oh, you're Marvin the Martian. Yeah, it's great. Thrawn will tell you on the Star Wars podcast, I got quite a few impressions. Yeah, anytime I start a project, I always think, wonder what the last day on this project's going to be like. I've always had that. Like, that's just how I do it, you know? Whether it was a new job or anything else, I always think about what's the last day, you know? We're nearing my last day. We're getting there. Is that all? You, that image? Yeah, that's me. I drew color. And every even see those placards on the side? Like, I photoshopped the arcade stuff in, but then you turn the opacity on and I redrew it. So all the lines are there. The only thing I didn't redraw is the screens, the video game screens, because they're pixels. You know? You're Filoni. The best part about my Dave Filoni is people on set, they listen to the show, man. And so people on set now, when they hear Fully talk, hear my version. Jason's been told this, and he's just like, he can't stop laughing, you know? I'm like, that's the best, dude. He's like, you're never gonna get a job there, by the way. And I was like, oh, well, you know, don't think they were looking to hire a 46-year-old artist anyway, you know? Have you worked with Filoni? No, I've never worked with him. No, I just know his type. My ex, before my wife, I was with this woman. She was really great, but we didn't work out. She ended up going to Nickelodeon, and she ended up working there and then marrying one of the head writers who's best friends with Filoni. So she went to the Clone Wars premiere and everything. So like, I've heard stories, and I'm like, I know this guy. I know what kind of dude he is, you know, in terms of like LA artist guy. So I'm like, I got this. I know exactly. They went to that Clone Wars premiere, you know, when the cartoon was like a movie, and they were all excited, and she was just like, yeah, it wasn't good coming out the theater. Everyone was like, hey. He's like, what'd you think? You know, and they're like, you did it. Good for you, bud. So Filoni's he's a kind of artist, dude, in my opinion. Like, and I'm only basing this off, you know, anecdotal stuff and how I see him create. You know, like any other kind of like LA kind of artist. And I used to go up to LA all the time, you know, I kind of stayed out of there for a reason. But they tend to borrow things surfacely. Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bad dude. I'm just saying creatively though, they tend to borrow things surfacely, like the look of Miyazaki, right? And yeah, he's a nice guy, but they don't go further than that. They don't look at, like, Miyazaki wasn't creating art style. The dude's drawing from like memory, you know, and experience and emotion, and so, you know, they always capture, like, he's the kind of guy that captures the surface level, but doesn't the end result, but not the thing that led to the experience. And so to me, that a lot of these things come out feeling very hollow, you know. So, but make no mind, if you end up in any position of responsibility or decision making or power in Hollywood, you got, you know, you're gonna have your opinions. They got there somehow, you know. So he's fine, but I've never been a real big fan of his way of Star Wars ever. You know, I know people are, but I'm not. You know, and I would explain people why. I'm like, you know, I'll tell you why. He'll borrow the look of something, but he will not actually go and have the experience in life that led to it. So it's like, you know, I don't care if that's what George Lucas did. It's like, you gotta put experience, you gotta put emotion into it, not just, you know, oh, that's a cool look, you know, or that, you know. Little pretentious. And I know everyone's like, Filoni will save Star Wars. And I'm like, nah, I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't get your hopes up for that one. Star Wars is a bigger problem. It has nothing to do with Disney or Filoni or anything. That's a studio that has a culture that says Star Wars is for one thing, you know, it's whatever George Lucas said it was. And so long as you have a universe where people can't have relationships, meaningful relationships, they can't have kids, they can't have relationships, they can't do anything because of all these stupid rules he conjured up, you're gonna have no story. You're taking the drama out. So it just comes off weird. Writer, director versus visual. Yeah, but he draws, you know, storyboards and stuff. He does, you know, but again, he just borrows things. Like, I got this look of this. Got, you know, you gotta put something new in too. His wolf obsession is more. I'm hungry like a wolf. I'm like a wolf. You know what it did? Filoni stopped Pulp Fiction. I'm like the wolf. I come in and clean up. You like Ahsoka, but that didn't explore the Force deeply. You can't explore the Force. You have to have characters that make meaningful decisions and suffer meaningful consequences that happen to use the Force, you know? Sitting around like a meditation room isn't, you know, one of the biggest mistakes George ever did was say these were like Buddhist monks. And I'm like, no, there's no fun story there. Samurai could have had wives and kids and the whole bit. The Shogun. See, if I were in charge, if I had the carte blanche, you know, at Lucasfilm, you could do whatever, I would immediately go buy historical fiction books. Books like Shogun, and translate them into Star Wars. And I would just say that this rule that George came up with it started at this year and it ends with the sequel trilogy. Like, just move on. It was a rule they enacted and it led to Anakin Skywalker, and it's dumb. Now, can we have relationships in now, you know? Can we just have, you know, people who have that care about things, you know? Because it's really weird. It's really weird when you're watching a bunch of 30-year-old Jedis hanging around kids that ain't theirs, and they're obsessed with them. you know? As, you know, say what you want about Acolyte. Like, it is weird watching them go, I gotta have this kid. You're just like, that's not playing right. It didn't play right for me with the prequels. I came out of Attack on going, I can't. This is weird. You know? Oh, this is weird. I don't like it. So, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Yeah, look, it wasn't supposed to be that way when it was written in the 70s. It's just George came up with it somewhere in the between 1994 and 1997. He came up with that idea. And it is a really bad idea because it just limits anything you can do, you know? It limits human drama. You need human drama. Will Batman get together with Catwoman? You need that. You need Lois and Superman. This is a bad idea. So I would immediately get out of that one. I would not honor it. I would move on. I'd say, you know, it started at one point right around when Yoda showed up, and it disappeared when Luke died. Didn't work out. Move on. Gotta move on. But Filoni's the kind of guy who goes, no, man, that's what Lucas wanted. We gotta honor it. You're just like, don't honor it. It's a bad idea. They gotta be able to have relationships. Humans. They gotta be human. Jedi gotta be human. Human. They gotta be able to have relationships. Otherwise, there's no story. There's nothing. Because it's called pathos, Leaf. It's called pathos. You know, human drama, Greek tragedies. But you talk to Star Wars fans and they'll just talk to you about timelines and lore. And I'm like, you put more Star Wars you put into Star Wars, you get a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. It's bad. You got to put real human stuff into Star Wars. So, hey man, that's what, go watch the Phantom. You know, that's what he came up with. Look, all conversations devolve into complaining about Star Wars, so let's not do that. I came up with that rule 20 years ago, and it's held steady. You know, if the sequels were something more like, you know, Rey, Finn, and Kylo had a love triangle, you know, like you know, what if she was falling for the dark side and Finn had just left the dark side? You know, there's a real human story, but then they can't do that because they're upholding George's stupid tradition. So you end up with this, am I somebody? Am I nobody? And it's like, that's not you can't, it's like asking it's like making 3 movies about whether Batman's good enough to be Batman. That's gonna annoy people. You can do it maybe for 1 movie, but you can't do it for 3. And that's because you need real human drama. Or, you know, you run the risk of making something emotionless, and that's what most Star Wars is. You know, I love Star Wars, but you gotta get past this. You know? Oh, son of a gun. I'm supposed to do the same facial expression every time. I forgot. Only being able to have 2 bad guys is dumb. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's just, you're just stuck making the same thing over and over again, you know? So, I could care less if they make great Star Wars or bad Star Wars anymore, you know? Like, if they want to, great, I'll be there. If they don't, then whatever. You know? Good luck with that. You know, the rule of two nonsense. Dumb idea. Anytime you put an idea in your story, you better make sure it enhances everything else, doesn't limit you. If it limits you, and all that does is limit. It's just like, I gotta find a way 2 bad guys can defeat 1,000 Jedi. It just basically makes Jedi look dumb and dumb and dumb and dumb. And then after a while, you're just like, man, these guys are dumb. And well, you know, Rob, that's because no one's supposed to like them. Great, create a universe of characters that no one likes and they're stupid. And see how long before your audience disappears. You know, you can do all that, but you just do it at your own peril, you know? As a creator, I would be like, I would recommend not doing that. You know? You get away with it for a little bit, but after a while, people will catch on. And these days, they catch on fast, you know? Star Wars is fantastic. I can't ever see that with Star Trek. It's not science fiction. It's swords and samurai in World War II in space. Remember when they made those Star Trek Turtles figures? I almost put those on here, but I hate them, so I didn't. I was like, I'm not putting on things I don't like. I don't like to see, I can't stand looking at Leonardo and Captain Kirk here. Star Wars weekend. Yeah. Oh no, when I was in high school, I was in this film class and I wasn't able to check out the video camera. So I made an audio drama instead called Butt Wars, where me and my buddy just reenacted all of Star Wars as Beavis and Butthead. And we did a full 2-hour radio drama with the sound effects and everything. All analog too, you know, no computer. We had to like have everything set up. There were Star Trek Ninja Turtles. Just the Turtles. They didn't do any others. But there was like a Captain Kirk Leo. It was really bad. Though it's not as bad as the Jim Lee designs. I mean, I love Jim Lee, but the Jim Lee Turtles were pretty horrible. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Those Jim Lee designs are... I was at Comic-Con when they came out at the Playmates booth because they had the Earthworm Jim figures, the Savage Dragon figures, and then they had those, and I was like, I love Jim Lee. Who comes up with this? Like, this is the dumbest... It was like Jim thought he was designing like generic Power Rangers outfits, but he put turtles in them. It is the dumbest... Footage of that? No, it was audio. It was audio tape. No footage. No, man. This is 1996. That did not survive. I just remember my buddy, he could do Beavis really well. So he was doing Beavis and I was doing Butthead. And when Uncle Owen and Aparoo came, we had the sound playing, you know, the music. And that music, he was like, it's like dun 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 dun, you know, it's like all dramatic, and we'd be going, oh no, oh no, oh, oh, you know, like, it's just the way he did it was so funny. Like, oh no, 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 I can't do Beavis. Kill my voice. It was just something Playmates was doing. You know, they were more for Star Trek fans. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand it. Hugh and pals. Yeah. Yeah, I like Doctor Who. I don't love all Star Trek, but I like Deep Space Nine. You know, Strange New Worlds is pretty good. I like Rathacon and stuff like that. Pretty all the usuals. We're drawn. No. Draw what you want to get paid to do. I've drawn some Star Wars stuff, but nothing that I'm like. I mean, I did a tribute piece like this, but with Star Wars back in 2015. But I did some like animated style stuff with like, who's the blue Jedi chick, right? Back in like 2004, Clone Wars. And I was at a convention, and Dark Horse editors were like, "Hey man, can you draw like in the Clone Wars style?" I'm like, "Sure can." They're like, "You want to work on a book?" And I'm like, "Sure don't." I know people are like, "Oh, Rob complains he doesn't get work," and then he turns stuff like that down. I'm like, I didn't want to draw in the Clone Wars style. I love that cartoon, but I would want to three-dimensionalize it, And it's like, I can draw animated, but I just, I would want to be involved in the color, the whole bit. It's like, they're not looking for that. They're looking for a guy just to draw the book. And it's like, no. Ayla Secure, yeah, that was the one. It's buried on my DeviantArt. I did it like 2004. Oh yeah, 20 years ago. And it has the Clone Wars vibe. I drew the same kind of like explosions, the Michael Gagne style, but I just put a little Disney into it, or not Disney. I don't know what the word is. Action figure, Little Image Comics in there. But they're not. They're looking. You do that, you got to hit the style. It's like, I'm not that dude. I tried. I can't stand the acting on Discovery. I tried. Once I saw Strange New Worlds, I wanted to see where Pike came from, and the only guy acting like he's in actual Star Trek is that dude. So I get it has its fans, but I can't take that Taika Waititi like kind of humor in Star Trek. I love what we do in the shadows, but not my Star Trek. So I think Strange New Worlds is the best Star Trek since Deep Space Nine. But yeah, I couldn't do it. I got offered to work on the cartoon. What was that cartoon? Prodigy? They were looking for it's an entry-level gig, which I get, you know what I mean? But it was like, what do they call it? It's where you like take all the props that are designed and you do color picking for all the props in the cartoon, And but they hit me up like right after I agreed to do this book, and I was like, nah, I need to do something where I do everything. So I turned that one down. I was like, I appreciate it, but I'm drawing a comic for Todd before, because the minute you tell people no, they get all mad. So it's like, I was like, I'm already committed to a project, it's not you, it's me. I mean, I like Jodie Whittaker as Doctor Who. I just didn't like the writing. The writing was so... It was a shame. The look of it was great. She was great. The writing, Jesus. It was like, what a step down. It's a shame. It's a shame. It happens. Do clean up on this panel now. We got good time on this one. Good time. Good. It's just the way they talk. They talk in a very, I don't like the way they talk. I can't. It's very Taika Waititi where you talk over people and you just, it has this type of talking. I can't, it's not Star Trek to me. It's not. So. Yeah, Prodigy was a beautiful cartoon. It was just like, I was like, I can't do both. So I'm going to take the comic, you know? Comics on my bucket list. Yeah, I tried to get into Voyager. Originally, Linda Hamilton was going to be the captain. I can't get into Janeway. She was in a movie. That actress was in a movie called The Adventures of Remo Williams. I don't know if you ever saw it, which was a big 80s flick when I was a kid. And it's kind of a schlocky 80s film, but it has its heart. It's got a great theme song. And she's in there, and I didn't like her there either. And I was like, Linda Hamilton would have been really great in this role, you know? Or Demi Moore. I mean, I'm all for a hard ass, but there's something about her I just can't. You know, can't get into her. Yeah, Remo Williams. She's in there too with the same haircut, doing the military. She plays the military. Yeah, Remo Williams. Great theme song. Fred Ward, yeah. Fred Ward was the man. He was like the best. He was in Big Business, remember? When he played he was a mini golf champion? Big Business. There's some really bad 80s movies that I'm very familiar with, folks. And it's because my uncle made his living playing radio stations when I was a kid, like winning prizes off radio stations. And I'd go to all these like radio premieres, but they were in the 80s, they were for like dumb movies. It was never like RoboCop. It was always like Big Business, Short Circuit 2, Overboard, The Great Outdoors. I mean, cult classics now, but at the time, you weren't winning any props on the schoolyard by saying I went to go see The Great Outdoors, you know? Tremors was great, yeah. Like the Flux series. I didn't see the Flux series. I just watched I liked her as Doctor Who. I thought the cinematography and she was great. Super likable. I just didn't like the writing, especially when they did that India episode, the with the thing that's in Ms. Marvel, the shit they went through, and it was just like missed opportunity on the writing on that one. Little Monsters. I did see Little Monsters. I saw Garbage Pail Kids, man. You know? I went to a radio premiere for Garbage Pail Kids. I was so excited. Kids were crying. I was having a great time, but kids were screaming and crying when that little alligator bit off that chick's leg, and anytime they'd appear, it was disturbing. Little Monsters. Yeah, I saw Little Monsters where they peed in the... I wanted to see Batman, but there was no radio premieres for Batman. I had to wait all summer. I saw it like after everybody. I did go to a radio premiere of the first Turtles film though. That was awesome. That was one of the few times we got like a real winner. And then they got better as the years went by. Like by the 2000s, I used to go with them to like radio. We got to go to I got to see Lord of the Rings early. I want to say like a couple weeks early or a week early. It was early. Went to an early premiere of that. That was cool. Never saw Remo Williams. Yeah, it's that old 80s movie. Yeah, she was up for Voyager. I mean, she wouldn't have saved the show. I have a lot of other issues with the show, but Kate Mulgrew is just not my cup of tea. I don't want to pick on her. She just never has been. It's got nothing to do with that show. Just I know there's like this weird incel thing where they're like, Kate Mulgrew. I know it's not. If you'd asked me 30 years ago, I'd be telling you the same story. You know? Sometimes, you know, you just don't relate to an actor. It happens. I can't get into Timothy Chalamet, you know? I don't get it, you know? Sorry. I don't get it. Like Glenn Powell, think he's pretty good. You know? Even Wyatt Russell I like, but I can't get into it. Timothy Chalamet. Sorry. All right, later, Bluebee. Only rated premiere was Alien Resurrection. Jesus Christ. Oh, Thrawn, I am so sorry. The one in the late 80s, I didn't appreciate them at the time, but now I do, because they were actually pretty cool. I got things at those that you can't ever get. I used to have Great Outdoors t-shirts, and you couldn't get those at stores, you know, they were just for the promotion. So I had like Great Outdoors t-shirts, which was just a poster printed on a t-shirt, but hey, you know, I went to the License to Drive premiere, had a License to Drive shirt. No one in my school had that. So I do, you know, from that standpoint, they were pretty cool. Here's the coolest thing I ever got at a radio premiere. I went to a radio, this actually I take it, there was a, it all changed in 1989, the radio premieres, right? That's when they got good. Because I got to go see Coming to America a week early. And I had no idea what I was walking into. I mean, I had seen Trading Places, you know, so I got that joke. But I did not know there was even the movie. I didn't even know the movie was coming out. You know, it just started and hey, there's the movie. And they said, hey, check under your seats. And under our seats was like an envelope, and in it were Zamunda bucks, dude. They gave us Zamunda bucks with Eddie Murphy's face on the bucks. And my dad was like, I'm gonna hold on to these for you. And I never saw them again. You know, like when he passed, I went through all of his shit looking for those Zamunda dollars, you know? And I was gonna say, can I have those back? He's like, oh, I gotta get them up there in store. I think he sold them. Because he had everything. He was really good at keeping everything, and I couldn't ever find those. So I think he sold them. Because I was really good at taking care of shit, so I don't know why he wanted them. You know, I'll hold on to these for him. I'm like, why? I just want my Zamunda bucks. The man has his own money. 89 is when things got better, because I got to see Coming to America and Christmas Vacation. Those were and The Last Crusade. So I can't know, but before that it was like The Boy Who Could Fly, you know. Mask. I remember going to that one when I was younger. Not the cartoon, the one with Cher and Eric Stoltz. Yeah, I was at the Voyager panel at Comic-Con when they dropped that info back in 95? 94? Can't remember what year that was. Was it 95? It was one of those years. I grew up in San Diego, so I went to San Diego Comic-Con, you know, all the time, every year. So I was at a lot of cool panels. Before there was a thing, before it was a big deal, you know? Like you could just get into any panel, really. So I was at the Voyager, the Star Trek. It was a Star Trek panel, which was hard, a little difficult to get into. Star Trek was a big deal at Comic-Con, you know. So it was packed, but I was able to get into that one. I was actually in the room when Todd did the reveal for the Spawn movie in 95 or 96 and 96, and I was sitting front row, and he was like, "Oh, I want to show you the new guy playing Spawn. Now stand up!" And the guy next to me stood up, and it was Michael J. White. I was like, "Oh, damn!" And I was like, "It's Tyson," because he had just played Mike Tyson on HBO, and I didn't realize I was sitting next to him the whole time. It wasn't that long. It was like for 10, 15 minutes, but you know. Can't believe he's been shot. Oh, Michael J. White. Yeah. I wish that edit of Kill Bill would come out where he was in it. You know, the full edit. It's a real shame he got cut from that. He got cut from that film. Yeah. 96 Con was interesting. That was the first time Sony had a PlayStation booth there. It was very small, but they had a PlayStation up and running, and they had Parappa was playable. It was the first time I've ever seen Parappa, and they had Toe Ball was there. You could play Toe Ball. And then they had videos of Final Fantasy VII, but nothing playable. Do you think the new Running Man movie was good? I don't know, man. You know, it can't possibly be the same, so anything can be good, dude, you know, if they have a good take, you know. But I can't tell you. I mean, it's Edgar Wright, so, you know, I mean, they're going to go down the path of it being a teacher like the original book, right? So it's not going to be schlocky, but it might be, you know, over the top on some level because Edgar Wright, you know. But if you're looking for that sort of Paul Verhoeven, you know, over the topness, I don't know if he quite does that. But originally the book he was like a teacher, because that's when Stephen King was a teacher, right? So I could see it being like a version of like Hunger Games, or not Hunger Games, not Hunger Games, Squid Game. You know, I think I'll probably feel more like an American version of Squid Game. If I had to guess. If I had to guess. I mean, probably in the same, I mean, not the same thing, but in a similar vein that Dodgeball is just an American remake of Shaolin Soccer, you know? And in my opinion, not as good. Shaolin Soccer is the better movie. And if it wasn't for, you know, if you can dodge a wrench, you could drip torn. I don't think that movie is memorable. But Shaolin Soccer is the real winner. But I mean, it's possible. You know? If it resonates, you know, it needs to have a human. You know, the idea of a teacher who can't afford, needs to care of his family, gets this game to the death, so that, you know, that's believable. I mean, look at the damn country we live in. So this is possible, but again, it also could feel exactly like Squid Game. So it just depends. Even though Running Man was first, you know, doesn't really matter. But I mean, that Total Recall wasn't a bad remake, it just wasn't memorable, you know? So it's like, you know, it's not, if I had a few $1 million, I wouldn't invest in it. But glad it's not my money. Yeah, I even drew those stickers. I'm gonna tell you, drawing all those windows on the Turtles the movie comic was not fun. That's my actual issue, by the way. I just photographed it. But drawing all those little windows, I was like, why am I doing this to myself? You know? I didn't enjoy that. That was painful. Yeah, I do it to myself, you know. Like, doesn't look right when they're all photoshopped in, like unless you draw them. It doesn't look right. It looks weird. Looks like Photoshop. Doesn't look like a drawing. So there's no way around it. You just gotta. Those stickers were fun to do because I haven't seen those stickers since back in the day. Part of the fun part about doing these tribute pieces is just digging up all this old stuff, you know? I mean, I had these stickers, but I forgot about them, you know? Going to sleep. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Leaf. Appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What time is it? 12:30. Is it? Am I at the 2 hour mark? Have I been another 2 hours? Let me check. That last panel did not take me 2 hours. I got pretty quick. So hopefully the next 2 panels are easy. Panel after that's a little tricky. Panel after that's easy. Yeah, and I got another 4 hours, so hopefully I can get through 3 more panels. If not all of them by then, but not so much I can do. Give me 5 minutes. that. Where was it? Oh, right here. There we go. Good night, Throne. Peace. Thanks for hanging out, dude. What's up, Jonesy? When one leaves the ship, new soldier enters. So similar. Never draw alone. Jonesy's great. All right, well, I'll just have to keep track of the time then. Let's get this panel laid out pretty easily. If I can get it drawn in 30 minutes versus an hour. Oh. take another break and stretch my back. It's getting there. Got another panel. All right, everybody. I'm actually in the mood to watch the Batman. As you know, Penguin's on tomorrow. I'm gonna put that on. I'm gonna go ahead and end this here because I'm gonna turn off the lights and get this next panel done or so. Thanks for hanging out. I'm actually gonna be streaming during the middle of the day tomorrow, so around noon-ish my time, MDT. I'll be on. So if you all want to hang out, come say hi, and we're all more well rested. That'd be great. And I'm gonna get this page done tomorrow. I'm still gonna be out. I'm gonna get I should get 1 or 2 more panels done in the next Batman's 3 hours. So maybe even all 3. We'll see. But definitely in the mood to watch that. So thanks for hanging out. I'll see you all again later on today. Peace.